Chat, please rise and welcome Honest Doodle. The perfect average. Hey, hey! We've all heard the stories, we've all heard the claims. A man so perfectly average, he somehow wins the game. Not the fastest, not the strongest, not the hero from above. But if average was a championship, you'd be the one we'd crown with love. And we know, we know that you know the legend grows wherever you go. Hey! Perfect average, king of the middle ground. Perfect average, somehow standing out in the crowd. Perfect average, no more, no less, exactly what was promised. Perfect average, and somehow that makes you iconic. Perfect average. Perfect average. You've got a computer built by madmen, parts assembled by the gods. Enough lights to blind the stars, enough RAM to run tomorrow, enough cores to bend space-time, yet somehow sitting at the keyboard is the most average guy alive. The machine says final boss, the owner says I'm doing fine. Main character hardware, average guy inside. Perfect average, NASA grade equipment. Perfect average, running average achievements. Perfect average, a setup fit for royalty, controlled by pure normality. The prophecy was written, the hammer raised on high. Then you saw two anime swords and Bunk Doodle said goodbye. One glimpse of dual wielding and we all knew the score. Bunk Doodle hit the floor, Kirito kicked the door. Now you're talking level caps, power scaling every fight, trying to become Kirito every Friday night. Hero of Aincrad in your mind. Perfect average for all of mankind. Perfect average, anime protagonist dreams. Perfect average, powered by impossible machines. Perfect average, dual blades high, expectations higher. Perfect average. Perfect average, king of the middle lane. Perfect average, still proudly staying the same. Perfect average, the man, the myth, the legend, the benchmark by design. Ladies and gentlemen, the stream is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves for levels of average previously thought impossible. The perfect average has arrived.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Hello, hello. How are we doing this fine today? Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're doing A-okay and all that stuff. Give me just an extra second here. I decided I didn't want to cook anything, so I am getting food delivered because I am a lazy boy. It's just how I do be, you know. Let's see here. Do do do. Doodle doo doo. That one. Wish there was a. I don't say it comes with slaw, so that's good. Maybe? Yeah. Oh, my stuff is not hiding. Why ain't you hiding? There you go. No more dots down in the corner. Choo! Goodness gracious. Ugh. Maybe. Oof. It's a little pricey. You know what? If that's the case, I'm just gonna grab this one instead. Ah! I was hoping I'd have this done before stream started. I'm sorry. Ah! Ah! Why does it take you so long? Alright, it's taking too long. Stuff's not loading on my phone. I'll do it later. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. I had one video for today, and only one. Basically doing daily rev videos at this point. But yeah, it's about a company that I like doing dumb things, or at least somebody in their company doing dumb things. So that's fun. And then we'll see, because I'm still enjoying Space Marine, but I've also been getting the itch to hunt some monsters in the wilds. So we shall see. We shall see. Yes. Okay. So apparently a Square Enix localizer, or I guess the director of the localization team at Square Enix, wants to erase Japanese culture, which makes sense for a Japanese-based company that makes games in Japan. That makes sense. Good job. A plus. All around, you know? Every time I hear about localizers, it just becomes more and more retarded. Every time. All right, Rev. Let me switch on over to this screen. Make sure you guys can actually hear it. Media is on. Yep. All right, let's hear what Rev has to say. Then we get to the gaming. The gaminating.
Hey, what's up guys, Rev here.
Hi, Rev.
So in this video, I'm going to be talking about some more localizer-related drama, focusing on a Square Enix localization director who is not only proudly censoring phrases like Merry Christmas, but also proudly exclaiming that they're erasing Japanese culture in order to make these localizations more acceptable. It's all about pushing agendas, ladies and gentlemen, and individuals like Neil here are doing their best to be the arbiter of what is acceptable in these localizations, and it's absolutely disgusting. The vandalization of Japanese media continues, and unfortunately, Square Enix is the subject of this, and they are catering to this. Now, Square Enix is definitely a company that is definitely affected by wokeness, okay? They are constantly doing all the virtue signaling, doing pride posts like this. In fact, on their website, they have an entire page dedicated to celebrating all of their LGBT members of their related staff. And also, there was a recent controversy last year where apparently translating something like Final Fantasy is too hard for the localizers over at Square Enix. Now, someone who definitely agrees with this.
Well, that's because DEI hiring and all that. They hire people that actually don't know how to do the job. But hey, they fit a quota.
Sentiment is Neil here, the localization director for them, and he has been popping off, especially when it comes to a very well-known set of controversy involving the Uma Musume localization, where, of course, you can see some of the translations here on the screen, where Merry Christmas is something they are heavily censoring. And in this original audio, right, not even the dub, you can hear them say in English, Merry Christmas, but the subtitles say Happy Holidays. And that was a controversy last year, but of course, someone like...
Yeah, how stupid do you have to be like, oh, they're saying Happy Holidays when they're literally in English saying Merry Christmas? Like, I didn't watch the show or the animated short or whatever this was a part of, but I've heard about this, and it's just so funny. Like, I've heard it. Like, I've heard the clip, but it's just so funny that they're like, oh, they said Happy Holidays. That's what they said. I know it sounded like in a Japanese accent. They said Merry Christmas, but they actually said Happy Holidays.
Neil definitely agrees with this, but there was some recent noise involving this post right here from Side Games, talking about a game developer conference in Japan featuring a lecture on Umusume and the localization, complete with an English version of the slides. Now you can see some of the comments from people like Madam Savvy saying, localizers should be fired and blacklisted from all creative related positions.
See, this right here is so dumb to me because, like, I said this the other day, but, like, just because you don't know what a culture is like doesn't mean you try to make it another culture to be, relatable. Like, it says it's not very well known outside of Japan. I didn't know what this was the first time I ran into it. And with minimal research, and hell, even just the anime or manga itself that it came from, I understood what it was. I didn't need it to be retarded down to Gen Z to be like, oh yeah, I understand what it means now, even though it's completely different than what it actually is. Like, anyone who cares about the medium would do the research, or the anime itself would probably portray it in a way that make you go, oh, that's probably what that's about. We don't need this.
No one wants this, and you can see the slide that they are referring to. Here's another reply saying the localization is terrible. Words like Christmas are censored. Some romantic implications towards trainer are censored. Many characters speak in cringeworthy westernized ways that could only amuse the most brain-rotten of Redditors. Fire every last one of these hacks. Here's another one saying these are the people who you hired to do your translations. They have zero respect for your work and will vandalize it because it's funny to them. And you can...
please never pick up Senran Kagura, thanks. Well, we won't. Just translated as incels, and I couldn't be prouder. Look at it, like they're literally showing off how they're mistranslating stuff and being proud of it. And yes, politically correct is a verb that describes how SJW's improved translation. The true joy of localization really is seeing what you can get away with. I remember that one. Like, these people don't actually care. They literally don't care. They're there to ruin something. They're not there to actually do the job. They're there to ruin something. Good God.
See an entire catalog of various tweets and posts made by localizers who are not only selling
Well, Japan is super racist, sexist, homophobic, fatphobic, and pretty much everything else. They rank 110 out of 144 countries in terms of gender equality. Japan, gonna Japan.
celebrating that they are vandalizing the localizations of Japanese media, but also saying that's their goal. Like, they're going mask off, saying they want to vandalize this set of media, and they think that they know better than the original Japanese creators. And of course, one of the people who definitely agrees with all of this is Neil here, who was quoting the previous post saying, so I saw the hullabaloo
There's nothing offensive here. It's obviously geared towards an audience with little prior knowledge about localization, and some of the stylistic choices are not ones I would make myself, but the internet outrage is unwarranted. Yeah, there's nothing offensive here. Yeah, it's not offensive, it's retarded. That's the difference.
about this, and frankly, there's nothing offensive here. It's obviously geared towards an audience with little prior knowledge about localization, and some of the stylistic choices are not ones I would make myself, but the internet outrage is unwarranted. You know what's unwarranted? Changing something like Merry Christmas to Happy Holidays, even when in the original Japanese dialogue they say in English Merry Christmas, but somehow in the subtitles they change it to Happy Holidays. That is unwarranted, but of course, these vandalizers, these thieves of Japanese culture, have no problem with what's happening with this dub, and of course, they also do an appeal to triviality, saying, oh, it's not a big deal, oh, it's not a big deal. Well, if it's not a big deal, then why did you change it in the first place? If it wasn't a big deal to say Merry Christmas,
It's always the people trying to be like, oh, it's just a small thing, don't worry about it. And then people are like, oh, you know what, it is just a small thing, it's whatever. And then next time they do two small things, oh, it's just a few small things, don't worry about it. And it's, okay, fine, it's just two small things. That's how we've gotten to the point we've gotten. It's been small things after small things, and now they're changing entire dialogues, entire animes, entire characters. Like, there are characters in anime that have been, like femboys or what. I don't know the proper terms, whatever. But these localizers will literally localize them as being, trans or whatever. And they are very much not that. Like, that is actually happening.
why did you change it to Happy Holidays? It literally makes no sense whatsoever. But of course, people are pointing this out, saying, honestly, I think what pisses people off is that the romance between Uma and the trainer was toned down to something that could be confused with strong friendship, which I can only interpret as the localizers having a stroke of self-righteousness. And Neil says, I've never played the game. Understand this, ladies and gentlemen, the people who are absolutely...
Hold on. Never played the game in either English or Japanese, and I cannot comment on the quality of the localization. Only the content of what the presentation discussed, and the presentation did not warrant the levels of hate some people threw at it. So you have no foot in this race, but you're trying to defend everything.
Absolutely vandalizing
Makes sense.
Your media and vandalizing anything coming out of Japan. Not only thumb their nose at you and the creators thinking they know better and what's actually acceptable or not, but they don't even consume the products that they're corrupting. Evil cannot create, it can only corrupt and destroy. And Neil is a great example of that. But of course, he would add on some more comments saying, I also find the arguments about Merry Christmas versus Happy Holidays to be a very weird hill to die on. So why are you dying on it? So why do you care?
I know he's going to read it, but since Christmas carries such a different meaning culturally in Japan versus the West, it's not that different. It basically means the same thing.
So why do you want to change these things? But anyways, they continue on saying, since Christmas carries such a different meaning culturally in Japan versus the West, does it? Because I think saying Merry Christmas means Merry Christmas. And
I got a year down for saying this is going to explode in their face. Well, they're talking about that Uma Musume game, the horse girl racing game that got like super popular like a year back, and I'm sure it's still fairly popular amongst the people that play it, but like they keep changing things and they keep throwing things in there and throwing things out and stuff like that. And like you have a huge yeah. Watch them pull a Godzilla and pull the rights away. Oh, no, there's actually already been movements in Japan where some companies will no longer hire or outsource to Western localizers or translators. They will only work with AI now, which take that how you will. I honestly think it's an absolute win because I'd rather have an AI translate something one-to-one versus a localizer going, well, they said I love you, but let's actually put in here, I can't believe that I have feelings for an incel like you, but here we are. You know, like I would rather these people lose their jobs to AI than them continue with what they're doing. Like, to be honest, I have even slowed down my consumption of anime over the last year because I'm just so like I am an English watcher. I don't watch subbed. Like I don't Japanese voice, subtitles. I just can't because I watch anime and do things, so I'm not always looking. But like I just can't watch it anymore because it's like it's like that whole Kami thing again. I hear that and I want to just my brain's on the floor, Thus the price we pay for stupidity. No, exactly. Yes, 100%. And because we keep giving them inches, they keep taking miles, and then they get mad at us for saying, hey, why did you take a mile? We gave you an inch. And they're like, you should have given us 2 miles. How dare you?
Saying happy holidays means happy holidays. Why are you changing that? But Neil wasn't.
Yeah, and like Rev says, it's so funny that they're like, why are you mad? It's such a small thing. It doesn't mean anything. But then that can be flip-flopped. Then why did you change it? If it's such a small thing, why did you change it? If it doesn't matter, why did you change it? Like I'm not a very religious person, but I do, I see Christmas as a holiday and whatnot. I'm not coming at this from a religious standpoint, but it's like if somebody celebrates Christmas and then somebody else tells you that you should say happy holidays because that's offensive, they're stupid. Like, I'm sorry. Like, it's Christmas, It's just once they fuck with a big studio like Shonen or Mappa, we're fucked. I wouldn't be surprised if they've already got their fingers in the pie, my friend. I would not be surprised. I mean, there's already been friggin' I don't know. I don't even want to imagine that. I don't.
Done. He added another tweet saying, I saw a couple comments about the Umazume localization expressing Gyaru culture as Gen Z speak in Kansei dialect as Southern American English, putting aside these specific choices. How would you prefer those things without a one-to-one equivalent?
Just make it the Gyaru culture. Do a little bit of research. God forbid you know how to do that. And just portray it correctly. Don't make it another culture. I never saw Gen Z as a culture or anything, by the way. That's just a retarded thing to think. But just do a little research. Have the actress learn how they sound, how they talk, and just do it. Like, I'm gonna pull it up again. It's gonna hurt my brain, but I'm gonna pull it up again.
Oh, big yikes. Like that was
Okay. I'm gonna tell you right now, one of the reasons I had a really hard time finishing My Hero Academia, even though it only lasted like 10 freaking seconds. This is actual in the anime.
Oh, big yikes. Like that was for realsies close. Hawks is a total riz cake. You can't unalive that snack. I'd enter my grief era. Hold up, fam. You sure that's all for one? Wendy get a face card.
I wanted to die. That is the most horrible. You cannot convince me that that is what they intended for Kami. I'm sorry. Like, I know she kind of had like that lingo going for her, but that, good lord. Ugh. Negative. Those two studios are hard culture preservers. Okay, that's fair. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't be surprised if there's fingers in the cake there, you know. But like, every time I hear translations and stuff like that, it just hurts the soul.
To be expressed. And, well, unfortunately, they dismiss any sort of criticism as, well, the minority opinion, but also this person is clearly not open to feedback, okay? They are pushing their agenda, they're shameless about it, but also, I'm telling you guys, listen to me.
Wait. I don't care if it does not make sense or be strange. I want a one-to-one translation. I am confident in saying that this is a minority opinion. Generally, people prefer to understand what they are reading. Believe it or not, and this is crazy, the little bit of Japanese that I have learned in my life, if you do a one-to-one translation, you can read it. It's crazy. It's almost like being able to actually translate something makes it legible. Weird how that works. But not that brain rot. It's like, no, yeah. I knew she had slang and stuff. Like, I think they actually, because she appeared near season 2 during the whole there's like an event thing where they're getting their hero, they're not hero licenses, but their pre-hero licenses, and she showed up there. I don't think it was actually her. I think it was actually Toga in disguise. But like, even when she talked there, yes, it was Toga, but she didn't sound anything like that. Like, that slang was, I just remember, I honestly think I was cleaning the house, like I was vacuuming with that on in the background, and that started going off. I had to like turn off the vacuum. I had to like actually rewind it to make sure like it didn't skip over to like YouTube and something weird was happening. I was just like, oh my god. Somewhat similar to that, just less cringe. No, I am very aware that she is like that. But I am also very aware that the brain rot, cringe way she talked in English is exceedingly pushed forward in that. It's just, ugh.
Bookmark this, screenshot it, do whatever you want.
Like, I even remember reading, like, I think it was during the, oh, I'm probably going to get it wrong, but I think it was during there was like class versus class thing I remember they had talked about it, and they're like, "Can anyone understand what she's saying?" You know, because like it was still silly, and it was like slang, but it wasn't. You know, it wasn't the brain rot slang. You know, it was. But so it's just like, yeah.
But
Ugh.
Gyaru culture, and I know that sounds like a dog with a mouthful of peanut butter coming out of me. It sounds terrible, but this is going to be the next thing to be appropriated. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, we've seen a phenomenon on social media where e-girls are appropriating goth culture.
Yeah.
Whole nother topic for another day, but this one's next. Okay.
I remember a day when goth wasn't cool. It's much like my past, liking anime and video games. I was literally bullied for it. So were goth girls, so were emo kids. But now it's the cool trend. I actually was always a goth girl, but I decided to come out now since I have an audience and I can spread how cool it is. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. Shut up. It's just the cool new thing.
I am telling you, okay? Listen to me, but anyways, this situation is absolutely abysmal, and it shows the lengths these localizers will go to vandalize Japanese media, and they do it so proudly and shamelessly, and they'll tell you about it on social media and expect you to continue supporting the IPs they work with. Terrible stuff, but anyways, that's going to do it for this video. If you enjoyed, please consider giving the video a like, consider subscribing, and turning on notifications for daily uploads, as well as multiple streams every week live here on YouTube. But overall, hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll
Bye, Rev. It's a good video. This is why I was a bully. Hype Rider cough. Yeah. I mean, look, what was that? What was that one that happened recently? It's like getting big on TikTok. That one girl that, like, anyone can tell that she's like made of 90% plastic at this point. She's like, people are calling me ugly without makeup, and then like she like takes her makeup off, and she's quote unquote attractive, even though you could tell there's plastic and surgery everywhere. The one that's like dating Drake now or something. I've been seeing it on TikTok, and people are so up in arms about it. I was a goth girl, but then I had to stop because all of the bullying but now that I have an audience, and now that I've learned that everyone loves goth girls now and will give me money, I mean, you just love me for it. That's what I'll be. Oh. Yeah. Yep. And I bet you as soon as the whole goth thing like slows down and dies, they're gonna be taking off all the makeup, and they're gonna turn to some other thing that they can paint on their plastic bits and be like, actually, I was this the whole time. And a plastic that's on him. I'm not nothing against Drake. I literally don't really know much about the guy. I just know him from social media and whatnot. I know the name. He's a popular dude. But I've just noticed that's been going around, and I'm like, okay, cool. I don't care about celebrities' lives. If he wants to do that, freaking do that, I guess. Whatever. Anywho, good video. I'm gonna give it a good share. Womp, there it is. Make sure to give it a view, give it a like if you liked it. We always like to support stuff around here. But that was the video for today. That was the video for today. Let me... Let's see. Swap to here. You know, I know y'all might not know, but I always thought Ruby would be an awesome crossover for Monster Hunter. That would be a dope crossover. Though Ruby's kind of in a weird void place right now. I think the rights got sold and we don't know what's going to happen with it. Negative, you got one more for me. Oh. We're throwing a wrench into the plan for the day, are we? Okay, okay. What are we taking a gander at? It better make me happy. That one made me upset and sad. I look for that. I'm gonna check my wish list real fast, see if anything's on sale. It does not look like anything's on sale. Check out the second founding video. Let's see here. Whoopsie daisy. Reopen, close tab. Not what I wanted to do. I love how I've been getting so into Pal World. Now all the shorts and stuff I'm getting are like, infinite endgame loot. Here's how to get infinite this, infinite that. And I'm like, I don't want infinite that. I want to earn that. Gall. Okay. I'm gonna assume it's by the same person. Arbiter Ian or Adrib. Oh, a new person. Okay. Second founding. The second founding in every Space Marine chapter it created. 40k lore. 1 hour long. Is that the one? I assume.
Hi gang,
Hi gang. Okay. 1 hour. All right. Man, I didn't think I would be getting into like hour-long videos, but here we are. I mean, I already turned 18-minute videos into like an hour and a half, so. All right, let me, we'll react to this one, and then we'll see about some Monster Hunter, maybe some Space Marine. We'll see. We'll see. I'm kind of having an itch for both. Their chapters, how they came to be after splitting from the... Oh, yeah. So it'll be interesting to see how this all... See, Horus Heresy, the Scouring, and Second Founding. Okay, so yeah, he like goes through a bunch of them. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Because the one fun thing is like when I unlocked the Blood Angels packs, I actually really like the colors of the what was it? It's kind of like black with like brown stripes. It's like the Angel's Penitent or Angel's Repentant or something like that. I probably got those both wrong, but I saw those colors and I actually really liked how they looked. And for all I know, they're evil. I don't know, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm sure he'll cover it.
fans of...
Oh, let me go to the right screen here. All right, take it away, good sir. Learn me some knowledge.
Warhammer 40k are familiar with the concept of the Space Marine chapter. The Space Marines of the 41st millennium are broken down into innumerable separate chapters, spread across the galaxy, each a wholly independent organization with its own heraldry and traditions, its own homeworld or domain to protect, and looking to its own recruitment and
right now I'm just kind of learning
But that
general
wasn't
knowledge.
how the Space Marines were originally organized. So how did it come about? In this video, we're going to take a look at the second founding, the great reorganization of the Adeptus Astartes, and all the different chapters that were created from it.
Yeah. we learned a little bit about the Blood Angels in the last video. So they're kind of cursed since their Primarch died, and the further they live, the longer they live, the more they go mad with the bloodthirst, and they kind of start seeing themselves there at the chapel, and every enemy is now Horus, and yeah.
In Warhammer 40k, Space Marines are everywhere. And I don't just mean filling out the shelves of your local hobby shop. The various chapters of Space Marines are stationed on homeworlds, orbital fortress monasteries, or in crusade fleets that are spread across the Imperium. Organized according to an ancient text known as the Codex Astartes that specifies their numbers, about 1,000 Marines per chapter, their organization into various companies and squads, their tactics, their support staff, and the ancient rights each chapter master has to rule over their homeworld, demand tithes of men and material, and to commit their forces to the defense of the Imperium as they see fit, with no other branch of the Imperium able to claim authority over them. But that wasn't always the case. Once, Space Marines marched to war in great legions, rank upon rank of soldiers who were very much the focus and center of the Imperium's war machine, commanding fleets and armies on expeditions of conquest. The shift that broke down the great legions of old and created the chapters we know was instituted in the early 32nd millennium by Rabute Guilliman, Primarch of the Ultramarines, in an event known as the Second Founding. And it was part of a series of reforms across all the armed forces of the Imperium designed to better protect it in the years to come. But this reorganization wasn't implemented to better protect the Imperium from the forces of alien empires, Xenos incursions, or demonic invasion, but from itself. The Second Founding, the creation of the Space Marine chapters as we know it, was very much a reaction to the events of the Horus Heresy. 200 years before, the Emperor had set out on his great crusade from Terra, accompanied by the Astartes of what retroactively became known as the First Founding. 20 legions of Space Marines, each led by their Primarch, each with their own way of doing war, and each many thousands strong. These legions led expeditionary fleets across the galaxy, forcing...
Yeah, I can already tell this guy's a lot more serious about the stuff because he didn't do the meme, 18 legions, 18, I kind of get the joke now. I looked it up, but I'm glad he's more serious about it.
Compliance on all the old human civilizations they encountered and killing Xenos wherever they could. The expeditionary fleets were massive, self-sufficient combined arms formations, often a corps of Astartes in command, sometimes even a Primarch, accompanied by fleets of warships, troop transports, mobile forges and escorts, millions of regular human auxilia and militia forces, infantry, armored companies, artillery batteries, and air support, and more specialist attachments like Mechanicum Tagmata, allied night houses, or Titan legions. And in the context of the Great Crusade, this made sense. The galaxy was vast and needed to be conquered quickly for the Emperor's plans to take effect, so expeditionary fleets carried with them everything they needed to do that. They had diplomats and iterators to treat with newly found strands of humanity, remembrancers to record their actions, and colossal armies to subdue anyone who resisted and to provide the garrison forces that would be left in their wake to ensure compliance held. These thousands of fleets were scattered far and wide and often self-sufficient. They developed their own idiosyncratic cultures and practices, often different from the core of the Imperium, and their loyalties were often towards their commanders first, the people who paid them in glory and honor and more practical things like settlement rights of newly discovered planets. And when the Horus Heresy broke out, this proved to be a liability. During the course of the Crusade, 2 of the original 20 legions of the First Founding were lost, leaving 18, by this point massive legions, some hundreds of thousands of legionnaires strong. Half of the Primarchs and...
So, to my understanding, is canonically those 2 were did something so unspeakably horrible that they were just stricken from all record, that nobody has any knowledge of them. But from like a tabletop perspective or like Warhammer 40K perspective, it's they kind of leave those blank as the like, this is the Legion I created kind of a thing, you know. So that's my understanding. It's probably very rudimentary, but that's kind of what I, you know. Who are the true rulers of the galaxy? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Horus got his soul wiped out of existence, and yet people still know about Horus, you know? We still know of Horus. So what did the other two legions do that were so bad that we remember Horus and the Horus heresy and everything, but those two legions were wiped from existence?
Their legions, 9 sided with Horus and turned against the Imperium. And I have a video on what they're all up to right now, just here. But because of the expeditionary system, it wasn't just the legions who turned, it was their entire fleets. When a Primarch turned to Horus, the vast majority of his legion tended to side with him, and that meant the expeditionary fleets those Astartes commanded turned too. The Imperium faced 9 legions of traitor Astartes, but also traitor militia and auxiliary, traitor Mechanicum and Titans, and fleets of traitor warships. There were instances of rebellion, isolated commanders who stayed loyal and fought against the rest of their fleet or legion, but in most cases, these were swiftly put down. The vast majority of the armies of the traitors simply followed their Primarchs into the service of chaos. Of course, the heresy failed. Horus's initial plan had been to establish a power base in the galactic north, isolating many of the larger loyalist legions behind great warp storms in the far galactic east, and then to swiftly move on a direct route to Terra to kill the Emperor and assume command. And also I've got a video of exactly how that played out there too. But suffice to say, it didn't quite work like that. The traitors scored early victories, knocking some legions out of the war at Prospero and Istvan, but they were harried throughout their journey and forced to fight a brutal, protracted siege of the Imperial Palace that ground down both sides. By the end of the heresy, when the Emperor killed Horus, being mortally wounded himself and installed on the Golden Throne, both the Loyalist and traitor forces were in tatters, reduced to mere thousands of Astartes, and those isolated Loyalist legions, particularly the Ultramarines, always the largest legion, had broken through the warp storms and swept away any shreds of traitor resistance, with hundreds of thousands of relatively fresh and...
The more I learn about the Ultramarines, the more I love them. Like, I know they're quite literally the bread and butter Ultramarine. They're not great at anything, but they're good at everything, you know, but not bad at anything. Like, I don't want to be that person that likes, I love the generic Marine. But the more I learn about them, the more I love the Ultramarines.
well-supplied Astartes. The immediate years following the Horus heresy were known as the Scouring. The surviving traitors were hounded back into the Eye of Terror by the avenging loyalist legions. Planets were recaptured and rebels punished, but while all 9 loyalist legions took part in this, some were in sorry states. The legions that had been dealt the greatest blows at the start of the war, the Raven Guard, Salamanders, and Iron Hands, along with the Space Wolves, had numbers in the low thousands. They'd never really had time to rebuild. The 3 that defended Terra, the Imperial Fists, the White Scars, and the Blood Angels, had fared little better, though the Blood Angels, as the first of the isolated legions to arrive, had larger numbers. So the bulk of the Scouring was enacted by the Dark Angels, who would quickly have their own problems to deal with, and, of course, shoring up the defenses of the Imperium.
I love that these old school jetpacks are just gigantic. Like, they were probably being realists and being like, to lift these giant suits of armor, these jetpacks have to be gigantic, you know? I love these.
And Guilliman took over its administration, becoming Lord Commander of all of its military forces, as well as the Imperial region in lieu of the Emperor. And in this position, he enacted sweeping reforms to make sure another heresy could never happen. Never again would one person, even a Primarch, command as much power as the expeditionary fleets or legions of old. The organizational systems that run the Astra Militarum were instigated, where wherein each regiment raised would be focused around a different discipline with no combined arms ability. This new Imperial Guard was separated from the Imperial Navy with a different command structure, each of which limited the ability of rebellious generals or marshals to move against the Imperium. A rebellious infantry officer would lack artillery support, a rebellious naval admiral would lack ground troops. But the biggest of these reforms was the proposed breakdown of the remaining loyalist legions. Gilliman suggested that the legions be broken down into their individual chapters. Chapter was already a division used by various legions, officially denoting a formation of 10 companies, nominally numbering 1,000 Marines, though some legions either didn't use it or used the term for much larger formations. Each of these chapters would be organised according to the principles laid out in Gilliman's Codex Astartes, a tome that was not only a treatise on the methods of war to be used by the Space Marines, but also specified the number of companies, ranks, and support staff in a chapter, and the markings required. The methods in the Codex had been tried and tested through the heresy and the scouring by the Ultramarines. Gilliman's inductee units, squads raised quickly mid-war to fight in the heresy, had already been organised along lines that would be familiar to anyone reading the Codex. As the Imperium shifted under Gilliman from an empire of constant expansion to one of defence and consolidation, these new chapters will be posted throughout the galaxy, either to specific worlds or regions of space, or as fleet-based crusading chapters free to intervene wherever they wished. The chapters would also be independent of the rest of the Imperium, each an isolated and self-sufficient force. The chapter masters would be the planetary governors of their own homeworlds, which were sacrosanct from interference by the rest of the Imperium, and would look to their own recruitment and training, bound by ancient oath and intervening wherever they saw fit, but no longer in overall command of the Imperium's armies or its government. There was resistance to this. While some Primarchs agreed with the plans, some were extremely reticent. Liman Russ of the Space Wolves and Rogel Dawn of the Imperial Fists initially flat out refused to break up their legions. Speaking much later, Nasir Amit of the Flesh Tearers all but thought of Gilliman as a traitor for what he'd done. Gilliman the Butcher. With law and edict, Gilliman ripped the heart from the legions. Even his own sons were not spared his treachery. Where Horus had sought to use a hammer blow, Gilliman used a duelist's blade. In the end, the result was the same. Brother became cousin, cousin became exile. But over time, and with the prospect of the debate potentially dissolving into another civil war, one the Imperium could not, and 7 years after the end of the Horus Heresy, in 021 M31, the second founding was officially written into Imperial law, and the legions ceased to exist. In each case, one of the new chapters formed retained the heraldry, homeworld, and symbols of the original legion. So 1,000 of the old Ultramarines Legion stayed on as the Ultramarines chapter, these chapters becoming known as the progenitor chapters. The rest took on new names, symbols, and heraldry, becoming known as the successor chapters. Actually, successor chapters is one of those terms that's used a few different ways in 40k. Sometimes it only refers to the chapter created in this second founding, and then sometimes it refers to any chapter who isn't one of the 9 progenitors. How the legions were broken down varied. In some cases, the new successor chapters were simply existing divisions of the old legion, such as when the Ultramarines 22nd chapter became the Nemesis chapter. In some cases, they were founded in honor of a legion hero, given command of the new force because of particular actions during the heresy. And in some, they were formed from legionnaires who thought alike, such as with the Fists Exemplar, formed from those Imperial Fists who most supported the split. Chapters might even have been founded as a way of redesignating rogue Astartes elements, the Black Shield formations active during the Heresy War. Many of these new chapters would be Codex compliant, following the organizational doctrines laid out in this new Codex Astartes, in some cases as if it was a holy document, and some were less so, either following the idiosyncratic organization of their original legion or just disregarding the codex altogether. Some controls were placed on these new chapters. Each was required to regularly submit a tithe of their gene seed to the Adeptus Mechanicus on Mars so that it could be tested for purity and any defects could be monitored. And also to maintain a reserve in case a chapter needed to be rebuilt after taking heavy losses or to form the basis for further foundings. Many new chapters came into existence with this in the early years of M31, but unfortunately, we don't exactly know how many. In the 10,000 years since the second founding, full records, if they ever even existed, have been lost. The Apocrypha of Scaros is the oldest known example of the Codex Astartes, and that lists various chapters created during the second founding, including saying that 23 were created from the former Ultramarines Legion, though it doesn't actually list them all, and in the current year only about 18 can be traced back to then. The Apocrypha of Davio was a 33rd millennium attempt to recreate that original list, but it was never completed, and as such there's no official record in the Imperium of exactly which ones were created then. Over the intervening 10 millennia, many chapters have lost their official records in invasions and attacks, or have fallen out with their forebears and forsworn any connection to them, or have even created for themselves noble heritages that may not actually be true. So while I'm now going to go through each legion, the known chapters they created, and what those chapters became known for, bear in mind that since no record is ever complete, there might be more ones out there, either still active or long since destroyed, that were founded at the same time. As I said, the vast majority of chapters created were from the Ultramarines Legion, so let's leave them till last. At the time of the second founding, the Dark Angels Legion had had an eventful few years. In the immediate aftermath of the heresy, the Dark Angels have returned to their homeworld, Caliban, to find that its defenders, under Luther, had declared themselves independent from the Imperium, tainted by the mysterious thing at the heart of the planet. Their Primarch, Lionel Johnson, had responded by destroying the planet and descending to its remains to fight Luther, and all this had resulted in the traitors, known as the Fallen, being scattered through the warp, and the Primarch disappearing, rumoured to be slumbering in the depths of the Rock, the old Legion fortress and the only surviving fragment of the planet. The remaining leaders of the Dark Angels were terrified of this secret getting out, and the Legion being declared traitors as a whole, so they implemented reforms to their Legion, the cementing of the position of the Inner Circle as the top level of Legion command, the only Astartes allowed to know the truth, the dedication of the Dark Angels to the hunt, searching for the fallen wherever they might appear as a matter of utmost priority, and the positioning of the Raven Wing as their main tool of the hunt. When the decree came for the breaking down of the legions into chapters, the Dark Angels acquiesced, unwilling to raise the suspicions of the Imperium. The successor chapters of the Dark Angels, known amongst themselves as the Unforgiven, all inherited these oaths and practices, and together these Unforgiven chapters often act more like the Legion of old, generally responding favourably to requests from the Grand Master of the Dark Angels chapter and coordinating their hunt for the Fallen. There are 3 officially recorded Dark Angel successors in the Apocrypha of Davio: the Angels of Vengeance, the Angels of Absolution, and the Angels of Redemption, but there are a number of others mentioned that might well be lost second founding successors for various reasons. The Angels of Redemption were a variant of the Dark Angels standard scheme, halved in dark green and bone with a winged skull as their symbol. They're noted as being particularly zealous in their dedication to the hunt. They're famed across the galaxy as defenders of the Imperium, almost as much as their progenitors, but they're also quick to quit a war zone if a hint of the Fallen emerges, which has raised inquisitorial suspicion in the past. Instead of maintaining a Deathwing and a Ravenwing company, their first 2 companies are both arranged as Ravenwing. The Angels of Vengeance adopted the older Dark Angel scheme of black and red, their symbol a hooded winged skull. Much like the original First Legion before the discovery of Lionel Johnson, they're noted as being dedicated to the destruction of the Imperium's enemies to the point of obsession, accepting high casualties rather than retreating, committing themselves to suicidal attacks. The Angels of Vengeance are so single-minded, they've almost been wiped out on multiple occasions. They conform to the standard Dark Angels company structure, though their first and second companies are known as the Dreadwing and Raptorwing, respectively. The Angels of Absolution wear completely bone armor, their symbol a single wing and skull, and stand out as the only Unforgiven chapter who refuse to use that term. Though they participate in the hunt for the Fallen, they don't see it as an act of redemption. They believe that they're already redeemed by their actions and any shame has been wiped away, which produces some tension when acting in concert with other Unforgiven chapters. They're one of the few non-fleet-based chapters in the Unforgiven, operating from the world world of All Hallow. So those are the official 3, but then we have muddled records about a few more. The Lion's Sable are listed in some records as being a Dark Angel successor, but no images of their colour scheme or armour remain. It's only noted that they were destroyed while on the hunt for the Fallen Angel's cipher, and their recruiting world of Nachtwald passed to the Angels of Vengeance. The Angels of Vigilance are a Space Marine chapter of officially unknown lineage, their armour bright yellow and their symbol a winged crucible and flame, with mixed records indicating that they were formed either in the 25th founding or during the second founding. However, their chapter organisation is extremely similar to those of the Unforgiven chapters, and their fortress monastery is an orbital dock stationed around the world of Periviglium, a planet that was subjugated by the Dark Angels Legion shortly after the heresy, who decreed that a contingent of that legion should remain on the planet forever to ensure they never strayed again from the rule of the Imperium. So it seems likely that they're a Dark Angel successor, even if they don't know it anymore. The Consecrators are known as a Dark Angel successor, one of the Unforgiven, but they're from an unknown founding. They wear the original scheme of the First Legion, black and red, but otherwise little's known about them. They have no Imperial records before the start of the 40th millennium. They appear without warning, and they give away very little of their organisation. However, their chapter symbol is the flame in a crucible, almost identical to the old Legion formation of the Firewing, the First Legion's mysterious covert ops specialists. And their armoury does seem to include a huge number of sacred relics, records of the Star Phantoms operating shortly after the heresy alongside the Flesh Tearers. The Star Phantoms are a brutal chapter who focus on heavy firepower and the complete annihilation of their enemies, even if that results in friendly casualties. Their organisation is Codex compliant, apart from featuring a larger number of Devastator squads per company than usual. But their tactics have seen them investigated multiple times and saw them described by Lord Solar Macarius as unsuitable for the close support of other Imperial units. Both the Star Phantoms and the Dark Angels have vehemently denied any link, though their chapter symbol is a mirror of the old First Legion formation of the Dreadwing, a skull set in an hourglass, and their tactics, the total annihilation of their enemies, was the goal of that formation back in the Crusade era. So, as always, the Dark Angels are a bit suspicious. 3 official successors of the second founding, plus 1 destroyed and covered up, and 3 more chapters with differing records, but who seem to line up, especially the 2 who could just be old Legion formations that were hived off from the whole in the wake of the reorganisation. The Iron Hands were a much simpler prospect. Their Primarch, Ferrus Manus, was the first to be killed at the outset of the heresy, and the remainder of the Legion was fractured without his command, breaking down into hundreds of independent armies and companies and fighting a guerrilla war against the traitor forces. The Iron Hands often formed the core of the Shattered Legions, formations with mixed legion provenance who harried Horus's forces as they tried to make their way to Terra. By the end of the heresy, the remaining Iron Hands, who returned to their home world of Medusa, elected a clan council to rule it in the future, and they were initially very resistant to splitting the Legion again, until Gilliman gifted them the skull of Ferrus Manus, and then apparently they were fine with it all. The Iron Hands were only reorganised into 3 chapters, the Iron Hands themselves and 2 noted successors, the Brazen Claws and the Red Talons. The Brazen Claws wear a quartered scheme of blue and dark red with their symbol, confusingly, a red talon. They share many of the beliefs of their parent legion, including a complete lack of remorse and a dedication to improving their bodies through cybernetic enhancement. They were originally assigned to the world of Talos 4, but this was destroyed much later during the spread of the Great Rift, leaving them as a fleet-based chapter. The Red Talons have a much more distinctive history, as they predate the second founding. The Red Talons are formed from the remnants of the old Iron Hands Legion's Clan Morrigal, which was led by the Terran captain Ortek Moore. Moore was an extremely volatile commander, and he and his Primarch never really got on, which led to his company operating semi-independently throughout the Crusade and becoming something of a sink for outcasts and the more unstable elements of the Legion. Moore led his company and considerable allied forces in a horrific campaign of vengeance behind traitor lines, targeting traitor allied worlds from the bridge of his flagship, the Red Talon, destroying the densely packed world of Gethsemane with dirty atomics and obliterating the traitor mining world of Saria Major with an orbital bombardment that left the air poisoned, millions choking to death in their wake. After the heresy was over, it was a relatively simple matter to allow Clem Morrigal to retain their independence as a new chapter, now renamed the Red Talons and adopting Ortec Moore's clan sigil of a red talon on a black field as their new heraldry. The Space Wolves had an interesting response to the creation of the Codex Astartes. Liman Russ, Primarch of the Space Wolves, was initially reluctant to change anything about his legion, refusing to accede to demands from his brother until, as mentioned, the situation seemed likely to deteriorate into war. At this point, he relented. First, by proposing that the Space Wolves' grand companies be given more independence, in effect operating as successors, but in truth just allowing the Space Wolves to retain a much greater size. And second, with the creation of a single true successor chapter, the Wolf Brothers. The Wolf Brothers were to be a direct copy of the Space Wolves and received half of everything they had. Their fleet, warriors, armor, and weapons were split down the middle, and they were settled on the ice world of Cariol under the command of Bear Arjak Grimmerson. They were originally intended to be the first of a line of Space Wolf successors known as the Sons of Rust that would completely encircle the Eye of Terror, but things went wrong soon after. Away from the stabilizing influence of the people of Fenris, their Canis Helix devolved, and the curse of the Wolfen, amongst other worse mutations, became extremely common amongst the Battle Brothers.
Okay, it's his video. There's like this weird like clicking going click 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 in the background, and I didn't know if it was like my headset or if it was his video, but his video has weird audio.
Shortly after their formation, the chapter had to be disbanded by the Inquisition, though it's known that many of the cursed Wolf Brothers escaped into the Eye of Terror, and some have occasionally been seen serving with Chaos Warbands in the years since. No other Space Wolf successors would be attempted until the Ultima founding. The Imperial Fists were the other major opponents of the split. As mentioned, Rogel Dorn was vehemently against the splitting down of the legions, and he only relented after the Ultramarines rescued his forces from the disastrous Iron Cage incident during the Scouring. Seeking to avoid more internal strife, the Imperial Fist Legion was split down into a number of chapters, often based on internal divides within the 7th Legion itself. Yet, like the Dark Angels, they retained a backup plan in the form of the Last Wall Protocol, an agreement to reform as a legion in case of threat to terror. And the successor chapters of the Fists continue to honour the Feast of Blades, a centennial dueling competition between successors designed to ensure good relations amongst the Line of Dawn. The most famous successors of the Imperial Fists are the Black Templars, originally led by the Imperial Fists' first captain Sigismund and formed from the remains of the Templar Brethren. The Templar Brethren were an elite order of the Imperial Fists, formed of its most skilled bladesmen and officially dedicated to guarding the Temple of Oaths aboard the Imperial Fist flagship, the Phalanx. Their leader was Sigismund, one of the finest duelists in the Imperium, but through the heresy, he also became one of the few devout Space Marines, venerating the Emperor as a god, which caused considerable friction with his Primarch, who felt in some ways that he could no longer trust his most valued captain. During the siege of the palace, he was named the first Emperor's champion, armed with the Black Sword, and conducted a campaign outside the walls to decapitate traitor forces. When the Imperial Fists were then split, Sigismund became the new master of the Black Templars, who adopted his personal heraldry of black and white as their scheme, and retained the Templar Cross as their symbol. The Black Templars are, however, very much not Codex compliant. A fanatical chapter of religious zealots, the Templars are fleet-based, maintain numerous independent crusades across the galaxy, and are suspected to be far, far larger than a standard Codex compliant chapter would usually be allowed to be. The Crimson Fists were then the opposite. Formed from the newest recruits to the 7th Legion, they were commanded by a captain of the 405th Company, Alexis Pollux, a rising star in the Legion and a master of void warfare. Pollux, who was known back then as the Crimson Fist, was a massive Astartes armed with a signature giant power fist, and who had fought in the heresy at the Battle of Thal and commanded Imperial Fist forces on Sotha in Ultramar. The Crimson Fists have blue armor, with the left gauntlet painted red, and their symbol is a red variant of the standard Imperial Fists one. They were fleet-based until the late 40th millennium, when they took custodianship of Rin's world. The Fists Exemplar were another mirror to the Templars, this time being formed from those in the Imperial Fists who most supported the introduction of the Codex Astartes. Their first chapter master, Auriax Dantalion, was a captain of the Imperial Fists who'd originally counseled Dawn to agree to the split, which Dawn then long refused. When Dawn finally gave in, he remembered Dantalion and gave him command of a new chapter named the Fists Exemplar, since its members were exemplars of the new ways of the Imperium. Their armor was originally completely unadorned grey ceramite without any chapter symbol. The Fist Exemplar were intended to be based on an orbital station, the Alcazar Astra, but as it was being towed into its new position near a warp storm called the Rubricante Flux, it was hit by an eruption of warp energy and was forced to make planetfall on Idolica, which would become their new homeworld. Idolica would later be invaded and destroyed in M32 during the War of the Beast, and the chapter disbanded by its final chapter master, Maximus Thane, after his subordinate captain attempted to ally with a force of Iron Warriors to hold back the Orcs. Maximus Thane would go on to become a chapter master of the reformed Imperial Fists after the war, but the story of the Fists Exemplar ends there. The Excoriators were formed by the Imperial Fist captain Demetrius Catafalque, who was instrumental in holding the Walls of Terror. Their heraldry is bone white, and their symbol a fist holding onto two thunderbolts, and they're based on the world of Escara in the Segmentum Obscurus. This proximity to the Eye of Terror has made them extremely practical. Rather than hold the line in the face of overwhelming odds like many other Imperial Fist successors, their priority was always to survive, to cause as much damage as possible while minimizing their own losses. However, they do embody a lesser-known belief of the Sons of Dawn, which is the obsession with pain and the endurance of pain. In the Excoriators, ritual mortification and penitence is an obsession, their chapter practicing various rites centered around scarring and ritual endurance, and this even extends to their war gear. Damaged armor is only repaired to the point of functionality, the mark left for all to see, and tagged with the date and location of the damage. Within the chapter, marked and pitted armor is seen as a sign of veteran status. These beliefs have led to some deviation from the Codex in terms of their rank system, but the corpus captains, scourges, whips, and santiarchs of the chapter preside over a strong and unique chapter cult that reviles emperor worship and the teachers of the ecclesiarchy, and continues to venerate their Primarch Dawn through ritual pain and suffering instead. The Soul Drinkers were a second founding chapter of the Imperial Fists, their armor purple and bone, and their symbol a chalice with laurel wreaths. Fleet-based, they were originally formed from the Imperial Fists' remaining void-capable shock attack elements. They were extant until the 41st millennium, when a brutal civil war led by their chief librarian turned new chapter master turned giant half-spider thing, it's a long story, meant that the chapter were declared renegade and all but wiped out. The name and colour scheme, though, was reused during the Ultima founding for a new Primaris chapter. The Iron Knights are a potential second founding chapter. It's unclear if they're second or third founding, and their homeworld is variously listed as Bracantia or Saharis. In either case, they're a relatively small chapter of specialized siege breakers, noted for their uncommonly compassionate approach to regular Imperial civilians, and the fact that their dueling champions have won the Feast of Blades twice in consecutive events. The Iron Knights wear gunmetal grey power armor. And then, like the Dark Angels, we have a few weird ones. The Silver Guard are of an unknown gene line, but heavily rumoured to be Imperial Fists in origin, and stated in some records to date from the second founding. They wear purple and silver armour, and their symbol is a skull surrounded by 3 blades. They were a major presence in the Sabbat World campaign. And finally, the Executioners were formed by the Lord Seneschal of the Imperial Fist's first assault corps, Fafnir Ran. Ran fought through the Siege of Terror with twin axes that became his personal heraldry, and then the heraldry of this new chapter, whose armour is silver with yellow details. They're known as a brutal chapter based on the twin worlds of Stygia Aquilon, and formed with the stated aim of beheading the enemies of the Imperium. The chapter is largely Codex compliant, but with more than the standard number of chaplains, who the Executioners refer to as Death Speakers, and their chapter master is named the High Executioner. But while all of this is a classic second founding chapter origin story, a great hero of the original Legion taking his heraldry and forming a new chapter around it in his name, they're actually from the third founding, about a century later, so Fafnir must have stayed an Imperial Fist for a little bit longer. Another chapter with a close-knit band of successors was the Blood Angels, who'd also been through a lot at the end of the heresy. Their Primarch Sanguinius was killed by Horus, and this led to an increased incidence of 2 gene seed flaws the Blood Angels suffered from and largely wanted to keep a secret. The Red Thirst, the desire to drink blood, and the Black Rage, which afflicted more and more of the Legion since the death of Sanguinius. Those
Yeah, hold on. I want to actually read this. Deep within the psyche of every blood angel is the destructive yearning, a battle fury, and a blood hunger that must be held in abeyance in every waking moment. Few battle brothers can hold this red thirst in check unceasingly. It is far from unknown for blood angels to temporarily succumb to its lure at the height of battle. The red thirst is the blood angels' darkest secret and great curse, but it is also their greatest salvation, for it brings with it a humility and understanding of their own failings, which make them truly the most noble of the Space Marines. The fate of those unfortunates overtaken completely by the Red Thirst is known only as to the chapter itself. There are tales of a secret chamber atop the Tower of Amiro on Baal, and of howling cries that demand the blood of the living, but none are willing to say for certain what secrets lie hidden in the haunted, desolate palace. There have been incidents when the Blood Angels have been stationed on a distant worlds where members of the local population have gone missing, only to turn up later drained of blood. It is possible that this is the work of cultists seeking to discredit the chapter. It may even be that some of these more superstitious... I'm not going to be able to finish that.
Those suffering from the Black Rage lost all sanity and reason and were assigned to the Death Company to seek their end in battle. And these twin curses and the formation of the Death Company was passed down to all their successor chapters. Despite these flaws and their depleted numbers at the end of the Siege of Terror, the Blood Angels were split down into a surprising number of second founding successors. The Flesh Tearers were formed by the Blood Angels' Dominion Nasir Amit, also known as the Flesh Tearer. Amit was an exceptionally brutal Blood Angels officer, one of the original Terran members of the Legion before they were reunited with Sanguinius, and as such he was the few Blood Angels who remained from its previous incarnation as the Revenant Legion, a legion of flesh-eaters and blood drinkers. Amit's new chapter, the Flesh Tearers, took the brutal death world of Cretaceous as their home and quickly gained a reputation for shocking violence and a lack of control, barely able to control their gene flaws and frequently turning their bloodlust on allied Imperial forces or losing vast numbers of warriors to suicidal rages. They were often far below strength, frequently placed under inquisitorial investigation, and it wasn't uncommon for allied Imperial forces to refuse to fight alongside them. The Flesh Tearers wear dark red armor with black pauldrons, and their symbol is a spinning saw blade with a blood drop in the center.
Yeah.
The Angel Sanguine, whose armor is halved red and black and symbol the winged skull, that will also become a theme, were reportedly formed from those of the Legion who were the most pure and faithful to the image of their Primarch, and they've had a long and glorious history in the service of the Imperium. However, their gene seed has degraded slightly further over the years. Their aspirants, recruited from their homeworld of Ansyria, must have genetic makeup similar to the people of Baal, the homeworld of the Blood Angels, and the gene degradation has resulted in their battle brothers having unusually red skin. The Angels Sanguine are often loath to reveal their faces, going helmeted at all times when around other Imperial forces, or hiding their features in deep hoods. The Blood Drinkers also suffer from gene seed flaws, this time a mutation of the homophagia, which results in them having an even more pronounced desire for blood than the rest of the line of Sanguinius. A Codex-compliant chapter, the Blood Drinkers have a smaller than normal death company and relatively little incidence of the Black Rage, but this is balanced by a far greater incidence of the Red Thirst, which the chapter often gives into and has led to a series of dark blood-drinking rituals practiced by the chapter cult. The Blood Drinkers' armor is entirely red, their symbol a chalice and blood drop. The Angels Encarmine are a crusading chapter described as one of the most active in the Imperium, though they can also be one of the more aloof chapters to deal with. Their armor is red with black details and their symbol the winged blood drop, though in deviation from the norm, their Sanguinary Guard and Death Company both go to battle in white armor. The Angels in Carmine are often under strength as a result of their constant campaigning, but their Death Company is noted to always be quite large, which implies a very high rate of the Black Rage. The Angels Vermilion are then the opposite, a secretive and isolationist chapter who shun contact with other Blood Angels successors. Based on the world of Coronel, the Angels Vermilion were originally the Blood Angels Legion's 9th chapter, who captured and reconditioned a line cruiser belonging to the Night Lords and used it as their flagship during the Scouring. The Angels Vermilion have a reason to be secretive, though. To keep the Red Thirst at bay, they've developed particularly gruesome rituals based around the sacrifice of loyal humans designed to get them a regular supply of fresh blood, to a degree that would see them hunted down by the rest of the Blood Angels' successors if the truth ever got out. The Angels Vermilion have another bat-winged blood drop with a centered skull as their symbol, and their armor is obviously vermilion.
I mean, it
the
makes
Sons of
sense,
Sanguinius
but
are a
yeah,
lesser
if they're
known
doing it on
chapter
such a
created from the
scale,
remains
it's
of the Blood
bad,
Angels'
yeah.
6th Company in the aftermath of the heresy, and wear terracotta red armor with black shoulder pads, their symbol an angel-winged chalice. Despite following the same structures as the rest of the Blood Angels' successors, they seem to have achieved a remarkable level of control over the floor, and as such they have no Death Company. They also consider the use of psychers to be inherently
Hell,
chaotic and have no library.
Friggin' going Toga over here. Just stab them and drain them of blood that way. There you go.
Librarious, and their organization is geared towards swift assault. They lack large numbers of Terminator
inject
suits
them
or
with
heavy
something.
weapons. And then finally, there is, of course, another outlier. The Charnel Guard are a fleet-based chapter that seem to possess a large amount of the original Legion's relic war gear, including Fire Raptor gunships and Feldblade tanks. They were founded by Dominion Zephon in the aftermath of the heresy, the Bringer of Sorrow, who was a commander of the Legion's destroyer elements, and they went on to serve briefly in the Maelstrom Warders before the Badab War. However, like the Executioners, despite this being a classic second founding origin story, it seems Zephon stayed with his parent chapter a bit longer than most, as the Charnel Guard are actually from the 3rd founding. The Raven Guard were one of the Legions most reduced by the Horus Heresy, numbering only a few thousand warriors at the end of the war, but their Primarch, Corax, was broadly in favour of the reformation, and the Raven Guard were broken down into 4 known chapters: the Raven Guard themselves, the Black Guard, the Raptors, and the Revilers. The Black Guard, confusingly wearing armour of white with a black helmet and pauldrons, were formed from the remains of the Shadow Wardens, the Legion honour guard to the Primarch. Their first chapter master, Gareth Arendi, was the commander of the Shadow Wardens, honoured with his command after coming to the aid of Corax on the prison world of Karandiru. The Black Guard are known for overwhelming firepower, deploying concealed artillery and then awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Apparently overkill and half measures aren't concepts they understand. The Raptors are rumoured to be the descendants of a company of Raven Guard initiates deployed in harrying operations during the Scouring, and then, far from home, reorganized into their own chapter during the second founding. Like their progenitors, they're masters of ambush and infiltration, but in the Raptors, this takes the form of long-range sniper deployments, guerrilla warfare, and frequent use of camouflage, something very uncommon for Space Marines. They were originally a fleet-based chapter before being assigned to a number of homeworlds. Their current base of operations, Tarangast, is kept a secret lest they lose another one. Their armor is generally a green drab, and their symbol the raptor's head, but they've been seen in numerous other schemes, from tundra patterns to this brilliant yellow and blue scheme that might be a misidentification by some Imperial scribe back in the 80s. And finally, the Revilers wear grey power armor, and their symbol is the lightning bolt and skull. They were initially drawn from the more veteran elements of the old Legion, and they stick to the Raven Guard tested tactics of hit and run and ambush warfare, preferring fast assault vehicles. They initially led campaigns of conquest against traitor Space Marine forces, particularly the Alpha Legion, engaging in a shadow war across the millennia. The White Scars were, again, broadly in favour of Guilliman's reforms. The White Scars Legion had originated as a legion of independent pioneer companies, and its Khans were used to operating on their own. They were never the biggest legion, but after holding the walls during the Siege of Terror, they'd become pretty small. There are only 4 recorded successor chapters of the White Scars created during the second founding, though not a lot is actually written about any of them. The The Storm Lords adhere to many of the same combat doctrines as their parent chapter, though their markings are a lot more codex compliant. For some reason, the passage of time has led to quite a rivalry between the Storm Lords and their progenitors, the White Scars. The two often compete for battle honours, and to see who can outdo the other. The Storm Lords wear a split red and white scheme, and their chapter symbol is a skull surrounded by 3 lightning bolts. The Marauders livery is yellow with black trim, and their symbol a flaming sword. They're noted as an isolationist chapter with a preference for heavy firepower and praised for their marksmanship. Little else is known. The Rampagers continue the ancient White Scars practice of ritual facial scarring, apparently to a more extreme degree than the scars themselves. Their symbol is a white hand grasping a lightning bolt. They're also one of the successors noted as having fought alongside the White Scars shortly after the Second Founding, pacifying the Yasan sector under Jagatai Khan as the Wars of the Scouring continued. And also involved in that campaign were the Destroyers, the final White Scars successor here, who are famed for their eagerness to close to battle and their aggressive and savage style of warfare. Their armour is black with yellow pauldrons and helmet, and their symbol is a black skull framed by lightning bolts. Before we get into the largest of the old legions, we also need to mention the smallest. The Salamanders were one of the legions almost completely wiped out near the very start of the heresy, during the drop site massacre on Istvan V, and they never recovered. By the end of the heresy, after fighting in the Shattered Legions and resurrecting their Primarch Vulcan, there were only about 700 Salamanders left, barely enough to continue as just one chapter. Though successor chapters would be created in time, the Apocrypha lists no known Second Founding successors of the Salamanders. And then, finally, we have the Ultramarines. The 13th Legion were always one of the biggest legions. Their massive recruitment area of Ultramar and their logistical genius had always kept them well supplied in terms of recruits, and though they suffered heavily at the start of the heresy, the Battle of Calth taking a heavy toll, they were then isolated from the majority of the war by the Ruin Storm, a massive warp storm designed to keep the largest loyalist legions trapped on the eastern fringe and unable to intervene. By the time the heresy was over, the legion were almost back to full strength, and so during the Second Founding, the Ultramarines were the basis for the vast majority of chapters as the old legion was broken down. Because of this, and because of the legacy of their Primarch, the Ultramarines and their successors are sometimes known as the Primogenitor chapters. The Apocrypha of Scaros claims that the Ultramarines sired 23 successors, though we only have 18 here, and given their numbers, it's likely there are some more unrecorded somewhere. The Aurora chapter formed from the Ultramarines' 4th chapter, already known as the Aurorans. They were a chapter focused on armoured assault, possessing 5 times as many armoured vehicles as most other chapters, and they fought on Calth during the initial attack, and alongside the Imperial Fists at Chthoniya during the Scouring. As an independent chapter, they remained well known for their coordinated armoured assaults, and they maintained significant chapter forges on their homeworld of Firestorm. Their armour is green, which was the colour of the 4th chapter veterans in the Legion days, and their old honour marking of the Auroran ribbon was repurposed as their new chapter symbol. The Black Consuls were founded by Arios Kordos, an Astartes of the Ultramarines' 75th chapter, who earned the name Bane of Lorgar after leading his new chapter on a campaign against the Word-Bearers in the Orbstar system. The Black Consuls are a crusading chapter and close confidants of the Master of the Ultramarines on Macragge, though during the 40th and 41st millennium they were slowly scattered, first when their star fort was destroyed by Drakari, and then when much of their strength was annihilated by the Iron Warriors during the Siege of Goddenhive. They wear black armour and their symbol is a white eagle's head. The White Consuls colour scheme is the inverse of their progenitors, white armour with blue detail, their symbol a blue eagle's head. Like the Black Consuls, they were one of the Astartes Prices chapters, assigned to guard the Eye of Terror, and as a matter of course they maintained 2 chapter masters, one to fortify their homeworld of Sabatine, while the other was on crusade around the Eye. The White Consuls also take the teachings of Guilliman seriously in terms of governance. Their officers oversaw the administration of several nearby worlds. However, with the spread of the Great Rift, their homeworld was lost to the forces of Nurgle. And the Viridian Consuls were presumably the same as those last 2, but green, though records are sparse, since after joining a penitent crusade into the Eye of Terror, they were corrupted to chaos, becoming a chaos warband known as the Broken. The Doom Eagles are a chapter that specializes specialize in jump pack assault, their armor silver with red detailing, and their symbol a skull-headed eagle. But unlike the usual noble bearing of the Ultramarines, the chapter are quite morbid due to the influence of their founder, Tullian Aquila, a captain of the 13th Legion who lived through the wasteland of the War for Calth. To the Doom Eagles, they're already dead, and their rites and rituals focus on channeling that fatalism towards a sense of duty, their lack of inhibitions and doubts allowing them to serve the citizens of the Imperium as much as possible before their inevitable demise. The Eagle Warriors were formed from the old Legion's 20th chapter, also known as the Eagles, who were specialists in void combat. Again, they fought in the Battle of Calth, and the void veterans of the chapter were reconstituted into an independent chapter after the war. The Eagle Warriors remain a fleet-based chapter, patrolling the worlds of the Eastern Fringe, protecting the area occupied by old Ultramar and many of the worlds originally brought into compliance by Guilliman. They wear a halved blue and white scheme. Their symbol is a blue eagle's wing. The Genesis chapter are based on the planet of Newfound on the Eastern Fringe, close to the original domains of the Ultramarines, and apart from their armor, which is painted red with yellow detailing, they're considered to be one of the closest doctrinally to their progenitors. In fact, it's often stated that they were the first of the successor chapters to be created, wresting their homeworld from word-bearer control in their very first battle. The Genesis chapter flew extremely close to the Codex Astartes, allowing no deviation however slight. They regularly answer the call of Macragge, and their chapter maintain a standing auxiliary force of armed chapter serfs known as the Newfound Expeditionary Auxilia, in imitation of the famed Ultramar Auxilia. The Inceptors wear a scheme of green and gold, their symbol a stylized eye with the original Legion symbol in the center, but records of them in the second founding are very scarce. Their actions unrecorded until millennia later when they fought in the Macarian Wars, and they were later almost wiped out by the Minotaurs chapter after they got into a protracted and extremely costly honor duel with the Doom Warriors chapter. The Iron Snakes are one of the less Codex adherence chapters to come from the 13th Legion, formed by the Ultramarines 6th Company Captain Saw Damocles. The Iron Snakes are based on the moon of Charybdis, around the icy ocean planet of Ithaca, and are charged with the protection of an area of space known as the Reef Stars. The chapter are highly independent.
Yeah, we're just learning stuff. We're learning things about the Marines and the chapters and the second comings and all that. Knowledge.
Organized into
Feels like my head's gonna explode.
a series of squads rather than companies, each squad named after a hero of the chapter, looking to its own recruitment and training, its sergeant able to commit his squad to whichever conflict arises as he sees fit. The Iron Snakes are even known to send single Astartes to deal with Xenos threats, such as the wide area they're required to cover. The Iron Snakes are veterans of years of conflict against the local Xenos like Drakari and the Orcs, and also committed significant forces to the Sabbat Worlds Crusade. Their armor is silver with white pauldrons bearing the double-looped serpent that was once the personal heraldry of Saw Damocles. The Libators are one of the more brutal of the Ultramarine successors. Clad in yellow ceramite, their chapter symbol is a chalice with an ultra glyph in the center, and this symbol and their name come from their practice of offering the blood of their enemies as a sacrifice to Guilliman and to the Emperor. The Libators considered the blood of captured enemy champions to be the most worthy source of this offering, which has led to censure from various Imperial authorities in the past. The Mortifactors are formed by an Ultramarines officer known as Sasebo Tezuka, who was drawn by the Imperial Tarot to site the chapter's new fortress monastery in orbit around the feral world of Posal. Outwardly, the chapter is a strict adherent of the Codex Astartes, but its beliefs and ritual practices have since become heavily influenced by the tribal beliefs on the planet below. Its warriors are known to enter a meditative trance to divine where best to fight their next battle, and they're rumoured to drink the blood and eat the flesh of their enemies. They also take the skulls of their enemies as trophies, and the chapter's orbiting fortress monastery is lined with the preserved skulls of thousands of previous battle brothers, all of which makes them distrusted allies to many of the other Ultra.
It's real hard to concentrate when I get pelted in the face. What is this? Rude. Ow.
Ultramarines' successors. Their armor is bone and black, and their symbol, appropriately, is a skull. The Nemesis chapter is another chapter formed from a pre-existing Legion culture. The 22nd chapter of the Ultramarines were of mostly Terran origin and contain many of the Legion's destroyer squads armed for campaigns of Exterminatus. They'd taken the name Nemesis long before the Legion's rediscovery of Guilliman, and they were always a bit of a pariah within the Legion after that. Guilliman was never a fan of the specific tactics of destroyer units. At the end of the war, the chapter became independent. Its new chapter master, Ilion Iasus, had them renamed officially to Nemesis, and their colours changed to green, but their symbol was kept the same, a white skull. They remain specialists in Exterminatus actions. The Nova Marines are one of the most famous successors of the 13th Legion. Founded by the Ultramarines captain Lucretius Corvo, the Nova Marines are strict adherents to the words of Guilliman and the Codex Astartes, and proponents of the monodominant philosophy, the belief in mankind's inherent superiority over all other life. Their armory is well maintained, consisting of a full company's worth of Terminator plate and significant armoured assets. Though they maintain a large and expansive fleet, they're actually based on the feral world of Honorium at the northernmost point of the Ultima Segmentum, but unlike, say, the Mortifactors, the tribal practices of their new recruits are dispensed with in training, replaced by a culture similar to the one you'd find in a city on Macragge. The only practice that remains is the Nova Marines' tradition of tattooing their skin with a record of their deeds, seen as a way of armouring the soul, and their librarians are noted to adopt some non-standard practices because of this. The Nova Marines are also common contributors to the Death Watch and maintain a permanent core of returned Death Watch veterans. The Nova Marines wear the blue and bone quartered heraldry of their founder, Corvo. Their symbol is a skull in a 12-pointed star. The Obsidian Glaives were a Codex adherent chapter based on the world of Obstria. Notably, their chapter teachings considered the duty of service as a Space Marine to be a form of penance, a punishment inflicted on the criminals they took as aspirants from nearby worlds. Obstria itself was uninhabitable, radioactive to the point where it could damage Astartes' war gear if not maintained properly, and its surface was often used as training for aspirants to the chapter. The chapter wore black and bone armour, but few records remain since they were destroyed by the Red War in the late 41st millennium. The Patriarchs of Elixis are another Codex-compliant chapter who put a strong emphasis on skilled and tactical defence of Imperial worlds, and are noted for their skilled blade work, but that's about all we have. The armour is red and bone, and their symbol is a skull crowned with the original Legion symbol. And the Silver Eagles are another chapter with very little written record, armoured in silver power armour with blue pauldrons and an Imperial Aquila as their symbol. And finally, we have the Silver Skulls. The Silver Skulls are a relatively Codex-compliant chapter, originally assigned to the planet of Lyria, but after the world was infected by the forces of Nurgle in M33, they were reassigned to the feral world of Varsavia. The Silver Skulls retain all Astartes' specialities, but have a considerable focus in siege warfare. Their 9th company designated a full siege company. They're known as being relentless, efficient, and extremely pragmatic and brutal in close assault. Like many other chapters, their homeworld has slowly influenced their beliefs. Their librarians are known as prognosticars, who study the warp to divine where best the chapter should fight, and like the Mortifactors, the Silver Skulls are headhunters. After the battle, the skulls of particularly notable enemies are flensed and coated in silver as trophies of battle. The Silver Skulls are subject to an unusual amount of scrutiny over their origin, their gene seed records classified by the Inquisition for many years, until, with the return of the Primarch, Guilliman confirmed that they were definitely 100% Ultramarines and definitely not anything else. Those are all the second founding successors with recorded progenitors, but there are other chapters that can chart their claim back to the second founding, though their gene seed origin has long been lost. Few records exist for chapters like the Yellow Jackets, Scar Lords, or Purple Stars, but some other specialist chapters are regularly grouped in with the second founding. The Red Hunters are a chapter of unknown origin who were founded originally to hunt down stragglers from the traitor legions and who are known to regularly put themselves under the command of the Inquisition. Red Hunters detachments frequently fight in inquisitorial task forces and provide honor guards for Inquisitor lords, which has led to the Astartes that make up the chapter undergoing regular mind wipes to keep them free of the taint from the enemies they have to witness. They're armoured in red ceramite bedecked with inquisitorial seals and markings. And of course, the Grey Knights are the other inquisitorially minded chapter that are often grouped in as part of the Second Founding, since that's a useful cover story, but they were actually founded by a separate process just around the same time. The Grey Knights were founded by Malcador the Sigillite at the end of the Heresy, created from representatives of various legions as a specialist force of psychic space marines geared around combating the newly emergent threats of demons and the war. They weren't part of Guilliman's second founding planning, and in fact would have been hidden from view during the time, but since they needed to be explained away somehow, they're often lumped in here too. And while those are the second founding chapters we know of, from a mix of the apocryphas, the tables of successors printed in various codexes, and the records written of the chapters themselves, there are of course plenty more. There have been 26 more foundings to date, occasions where a number of Space Marine chapters have been created at once. The gene seed for these new foundings is cultivated from the batches sent back by each chapter for purity testing, both from the original progenitor chapter and from the gene seed sent by successors. So chapters in the 41st millennium could be the successors of other successors. For example, the Marines Errant are a 23rd founding successor chapter of the Eagle Warriors. In some cases, the parent chapter might be petitioned to send veterans to form a new officer corps, but in others, the original officers come from elsewhere, or the chapter might be left without a full knowledge of where their gene seed originally came from. The formation of one of these new foundings is a grave and costly endeavour, but it's happened pretty regularly over the years. The third founding, as mentioned, happened barely a century after this one, and others have been ordered by the High Lords as a response to various threats. The fourth founding was ordered in the aftermath of the War of the Beast. The 23rd Sentinel founding was intended to shore up Imperial defences, but none of those was as big as with the Ultima founding. That was the most recent. It introduced the Primaris Marines to the armies of the Imperium, founding many new Primaris-only chapters and reinforcing a lot of the current ones with new Marines taken from the same gene lines. Some chapters, like the aforementioned Soul Drinkers, have even been completely reformed as a brand new Primaris chapter, carrying the colours and the symbols of the original one. The Space Marines of the second founding were very much a new template for the Imperium, and one that's been carried on into the 42nd, we think, millennium. And while nowadays it seems to be quite common that the chapters will operate a bit like the legions of old, combining their forces while prosecuting Guilliman's Indomitus Crusade, we should remember that they've always been a bit like that. The Dark Angels, Blood Angels and Imperial Fists all kept up practices that allowed them to unofficially reunite anytime there was a big enough threat, from the War of the Beast to the Tyrannid invasion of Baal. And of course, in modelling terms, all that exists so that people can create their own chapters. The second founding was a defining point in the lore of 40k, written so that you can do whatever you want with your toy soldiers. Not all chapters are recorded, nobody knows how many there are, so you can make up your own one and paint your models however you like, codex compliant or not. Thanks for watching.
My brain is about to explode. Good Lord. So much knowledge. Ah. That was cool though. There is so much to friggin' 40k. I feel like that was probably just a drop in the bucket. The more I learn about 40k, the more I realize I infinitely do not know. Oh man, because it's like there's like even in Space Marine 2, like there's that chapter that I was talking about, the Angel's Penitent or something like that. They didn't even cover that one, and I'm like, oh well, that one must be a third or fourth or something. I don't know how all this works. And I even have to learn more about Baal, and like at this point, I'm gonna have to like buy 70 different books and 100 different codexes, and I don't even know how this works. But I know things now. Good God. That's a good video though. I learned things. Education. I'm gonna put this in here. Y'all make sure to go give the video a like if you haven't already. Give it a watch, all that fun stuff. We support things here. And an ad. Look at that. Just in time. And close that down. Ad break. I'm gonna go do a quick BRB. I'm gonna need to use restroom, but sitting here, and then we'll figure out what we're gonna do after. BRB, everybody. BRB. I'm back. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Alrighty. How we doing? How we doing after that edumacation, huh? Edumacation of the thing. Yes. Astartes chapters. Ah! You were just waiting. You were just waiting. I could feel it. We hunt Xenos. Yeah. Let's do that. I was thinking Monster Hunter Wilds because I'm getting the itch to play some Wilds again. But I don't know. It is multiplayer Thursday, and I don't know if everyone else has Monster Hunter Wilds or wants to play that one, so maybe we'll postpone that one for now. Let's see here. As much as I want to hunt some monsters. Nope, it's not installed. I'm busy that day. Space Marine 2. Done. Even my sticky note isn't working. Why is my sticky note not working? Maybe it's because it's attached to my hair. And I'm bald now, so you can't see the sticky note. I wonder if I force it. Hey, there he is. Taped to my dome. Kind of. Now let's hope it actually goes away when it's supposed to. Guess we'll find out. Ah, meow. Space Marine 2. Yes. It's been a good minute. And I'm still hungry. F&A. I forgot I was gonna try and order stuff during a break, but I forgot. Today's just gonna be a hungry day. Sons of Gilliman. Ta-da! Ah, yes, I was playing the head. I remember. Has it been long enough that my weekly stuff reset? Yep. Looks like we gotta do a siege. Anywho. I'm gonna put the code up on screen. If you want to join, you are more than welcome. I will leave that up for about 5 minutes, mostly as an excuse to get some food coming my way, because I'm a hungry boy. And after the 5 minutes, we will start doing stuff. and things. Hunting the Xenos. Killing the heretics. Yes. I'm feeling some Raisin Canes. I'm feeling some chicken. Some chicken. Yeah. Let's see here. Get some drink with that chicken. They're not allowing me to get rid of the slaw anymore, which is annoying. I don't like the slaw. The slaw! But, I mean, it'll work. It's fine. I'm making food? How? You're making me food? How? How? I'm not... What are you making? I was literally just down there. You were sitting on a couch. What are you making? What is there even to make? I mean, I'm thawing some tilapia in the fridge, but I figured I'd do that for dinner and then... like, cheese quesadillas? I mean, I'll take it, I guess. Appreciate it. But I thought we didn't like have any cheese. I don't know what's happening anymore. I'm just confused. I'll just be appreciative. Thank you for making me a cheese quesadilla. If you wanted to make two, that'd be dope. But I don't know how much cheese we have. You know what would be even cooler? Is if you took one of the bolognas that we have and cut it up into cubes and scattered it in there. That would be cool. The note is well deserved. You're well deserved. Alright. Thank you. Okay, let's armoring hall. Let me see what I'm doing. I think I've basically decided I'm not going to level any of my other weapons. I'm going to wait until I actually have the heroic and then level stuff off that, and then just only use my pyre cannon until later. So pretty sure, yeah, I'm almost level 25, and this will be my second on my heavy, so that'll be dope. Alright, you know what, let's start with a siege. And then we can work on the other ones after.
For the Emperor!
We got Thurday. Thurday. And these are the new colors I went with. I got a lot of the Sanguinius stuff. I know it looks mostly black, but it's got the like the rust color in there. I don't know, I thought it looked cool. Thought it was dope. I'm kind of going off of rule of cool versus the actual knowledge of what I'm painting. Come on, Red. Boot up that computer. Let's go. I need to take my dishes down. I got a little pile up over here. So I just realized. Why does it say you're not counting as being ready? Ah, there is Red. Ah, brother! Sanguinius! You got two thirsty brothers on your side. Bombs are home planet. I think everything I've learned says that. Is it a home planet or is it a friggin' star station or whatever? I need to actually just sit and learn about Ball. I know about the tower now, the tower that you don't want to go to. You must be so disappointed in me. No, Red, this isn't Diablo.
Defend this.
Melee attacks increase power to 50 when it distinguishes a squad member from the radius.
Is a blessing to those who can
We'll do that.
bear
We
it.
stand as one.
Tyranids are amassing.
We stand as one, brothers.
The Xenos bastards assail the fortress. We shall crush them. Take priestess. Strike without hesitation. And without excess. Both are failings I will note.
Flop.
Mechanicus Adept in the field. Beginning field administrations.
Caboose.
Your targets have arrived. We will be victorious, Captain.
Coming from where to go, where to come from, paradise.
Hive spawn identified. Very disciplinary in the field of hunger.
Fire! Burn! Fire! Yeah!
Spawn bots inbound.
Oh, thanks, brother.
Tyrion ships. Fire.
Ah! Kill him! Just watch that guy explode. Poor guy.
The enemy will return. Now is the time to resupply. We must utilize this pause in the fighting to rearm.
I will grab the turret upgrades. Oh.
Mechanicus support en route. Field position established. Another day of prepare for direct
Delicious.
engagement. We shall eliminate them.
Love me some good queso dillas.
of the Cadians had an encrypted data slate. Your orders are to
Ow.
recover it. Objective confirmed. Observe ground movement.
Jump.
It's not here.
Got him. Wasn't even in its path.
This Cadian did not carry the data.
Burn in righteous fire.
Confirmation. Firewall eliminated. All soul holds no data slate. My mechanisms sustain damage. On the side. Good work. You have recovered the data. Servant.
Nice job, nice job.
A good start. Refresh your gear before battle resumes. We will be prepared for the enemy's next attack. Fight with pride and honor. Eliminate all enemies.
I will grab the turrets, unless Farron does.
Priming tarantula turrets. Supplementary forces incoming. Cadians inbound.
Arrayed. Good stuff.
Walkers detect enemy targets. Our foes do not understand true strength. Calibrate your
Ow!
brother. The Xenos infestation is stemmed.
Oh, hey!
Xenos displaying evasive behavior. The Emperor seized. Tyranny eradicated.
Eliminate.
Firewall detected. Counter-tactics engaged.
From below again? Probably grab at the next spot and grab an ammo box.
You have eliminated those attackers. More are on the way. When more come, we will be ready. Restocking ammunition reserves. Destroy these abominations.
Probably should have put it over there.
Mechanicus adept in the field. The extractors require binaric benedictions.
Sweet.
We have detected enemy reinforcements. The Imperium will triumph. Enemy activity has disrupted the fortress's internal systems. You must reestablish them.
Oh, I pushed the button. Obviously I didn't, but I did. being bullied into a corner.
Destroyed spawn mine. Geno's countermeasures successful. You have prevented a system failure. Well done. Iron Healers online. Machine spirits prove industrious.
Nice job, nice job. We got a guy over here.
Use this time to rearm before
We want to
they
grab the
return.
one in the middle.
Analyzing
I
optimal
will-
battlefield resupply.
You know what? Sorry, I've been not using Discord enough. If you want, we can hop into Discord.
Extraction coordinates
That would probably help with communication a little bit, and then you can yell at me for not knowing things.
Mechanicus support en route. The extractors require binaric benedictions. Providing tactical assistance.
I'm away. You start it.
Hostile targets inbound. The Imperium stands strong. Incapacitated.
I'm making friends.
Appreciate it. Tacterial failure. Augurs detect a serious threat incoming. Focus and bring it down.
I hate it when the Biowars run past. Like, I get they should knock you over, but I feel like sometimes they're just, their hitbox is a little bigger than it should be. Where's the contacts? Oh! Big friends.
Synergy. Suppress tyranny. Do not let the stronger threats overwhelm us.
Nice.
Excellent. The major threat has been wiped out.
Ammo. Just the sheer amount of these freaking leads.
Components require immediate repair.
Whew, almost last one. He good though.
For the Emperor! For the Emperor! Change position, squad. The enemy approaches the arsenal. The Omnissiah provides.
me in my stream chat Discord here. Oh, there we go.
Tech priest incoming. The Omnisire guides my passage. Defend the arsenal. We will need it to strike
Now,
treasure.
am I correct in assuming that plasma is more powerful against chaos? Because I remember seeing a video or something about that, but I don't fully remember. Or maybe I have it backwards and I'm just stupid.
Deploy war gear. The enemy is here. We will split them open. Thousand suns come back. Kills subdued. Thousand suns.
Right.
Thousand suns deploy the Terminator. Ammunition restocked.
Nice.
Restock and reload. The enemy will return soon enough. We will strengthen ourselves before the next attack. The Emperor! None shall stay our route! Refilling magazines. These sentry guns will provide a glorious fusillade.
Guns, mines. I'm just gonna put an ammo cache in every spot. As a heavy, I am a ammo hole.
Successful. Focus. Enemy forces have disabled the auto-targeting system. Bring it back online. We will see to the targeting system.
Boom. Enemies have
May the targeting system guide our weapons to purge these foes.
got this thing.
Target guidance restored and functioning. Targeting system is active and seeking out new targets.
Nice.
This is only a pause. Reload before the battle resumes. They should hurry. I grow impatient. Mechanicus support en route. Field position established. That battle will be upon you in moments. No enemy shall make it past us, brothers. Execute the spawn.
If I can land a good shot with this thing, I don't have the heroic yet, but man, it can do some damage. I can see why everyone likes the heroic.
A satisfactory yield. The foe is still out there. Use this time to resupply. Our time will not be squandered, Captain. Mechanicus Adept in the field. Foes are marching on the fortress. Let them come. Son of man. Surface forces need the fortress last cannons active. Return power to them. They will be brought online.
Last cannons! You gonna go for that one? Alright, I'll go for the closer one. I say closer. Probably about the
Last
same
cannons
distance.
shall soon return to operation. Last cannons active and causing the enemy damage. Defensive capacity insufficient. Too much work remained. Obtaining arms. Stay sharp and prepare your gear before combat continues. When they strike again, our enemies will find only two. Tactical reinforcement on its way.
Nice.
The enemy appears, brothers. Stand ready. Ready to engage.
I'm a freaking heavy. I have a shield for that. I think I learned by now.
Scanners detect enemy
Bad
reinforcements.
Scarab Lord.
Prepare for a challenging fight. They may try to challenge us.
Big ol' boy. I didn't mean to do that.
Iron Halo online. Prioritize the larger threats. We have slain a hell brute. For enemy forces.
Nice.
Heresy contained. For the Emperor! For the Emperor! Priority threat eliminated. Stand firm against the remaining scum.
Missing one? Oh, they're up here.
Friendly fire issues. Refilling magazines. The machine spirits prove industrious. New defensive objective. Protect the control room. Acknowledged and en route.
Acknowledged.
enemies wish for a swift death, we shall accommodate them. Don't let the gods close.
And there's even heat on the plasma.
Firewall confirmed. Revenant beneath our boots. Administrations bear fruit. Zones were neutralized. Revenant height tyranny obliterated.
I do like with the plasma cannon, sometimes just shooting my ground at LP is a viable option.
Zone for combat. Ready anti-psychic tactics. Just keep coming! Resupply before more enemies arrive. A moment to rearm is all we need. Tarantula fires my capability. Securing additional magazines. Ultramarines. Ammunition restocked.
Let's go.
We have detected enemy reinforcements. Satisfactory with our lives. The generator that runs the perimeter defenses is failing. Look for replacement power cells. Defenses can aid in exterminating it. Elite level Zeros. Pacified. This power cell will revitalize the generator. I will replace the power cell. I possess a power cell. Perimeter defenses have stabilized. Good work. There will be more foes to vanquish soon. For now, reload. Our weapons will be ready when our foes return. Increasing ammunition supply. Requesting tarantula sentry guns. Refilling magazines.
Alright.
Brothers, your targets have arrived. Their appetite only leads them to this. The Omnissiah provides.
Oh, I'll go grab that one real quick.
Subterranean combatants.
Oh, it's not that one. It's the one farthest away.
Tyrannid Lictor knows our locus.
As long as they're just constantly counting down, you know? Die, Zero scum.
Terminated Lictor class combatant.
You tried?
Source cause of tremors is still obtaining armaments. The enemy will return. Now is the time to resupply. These honorless curs will not
We're doing
find us
good.
lacking.
We might not need Vultus till 20. Why did I say that? Well, you say those things out loud and then things turn for the worse. That, you know what? It's my fault. I'll take it.
That battle will be upon you in moments. Our foes do not understand true strength. Your objective is the cogitator. Gain access and begin the transmission. I will cut whatever comes close. Kill confirmed. Major Tyranid threat. Tyranids contaminated the upload console. Clear it and transmit that data. I will strip every pawn from that machine. Xenos biomatter has compromised the cogitator. Destroy it and establish the uplink. Orders received, Captain. Specialized bioform neutralized. Transmission complete.
Ah! Making friends! Making
Prepare for
friends!
additional enemy forces. Bioform detected. Counter-tactics engaged.
Don't overheat it, though.
Biohaven ready. Ammunition restocked. A good start. Refresh your gear before battle resumes. Dispatching additional tactical resources before the next attack. The Commissar maintains discipline. The Canians maintain fire. Let the enemy burn for their transgressions. Augurs detect enemy targets. We will defend this fortress with our lives. Thulstead.
I love how when waves start, the mines just have a chance to all just explode.
Vultus will tip the scale.
Oh, like, we did get Vultus? Yeah.
Preparing discipline. Reloading weapon. We've seen a stalker on the back. Snap these things alive. Enough forgotten.
When they turn up, we probably have enough points between all of us to do it again.
We have reports of a command presence on the battlefield. You may be in for a challenging fight. Prioritizing targets. Tyranid abomination detected. Administration's bear fruit. Maximize efficiency by attacking the strongest foes. hostile targets. You are finished here, Voltus. Provide cover at the southern front. The enemy targets are defensive outposts. Repel them. We will go where the enemy lies.
Jump pack refueled. All specs multi-scanner available.
We got this. Let's go. Try to stretch. Stay out nearby explosion restore armor. Headshots to
Wrath fills your arsenal. Spend it without mercy or waste. Defend these fortifications from the servants of the ruinous powers.
The thousand suns.
Captain, the time has come for Voltus.
again? I mean, hell yeah. Why not?
Restocking ammunition reserves. For the Emperor! For the Emperor!
Prepare for direct engagement. We will be victorious, Captain. Reserves boasted.
Ooh, there goes the frames. That's the true power of chaos. Dropping frame rate.
Corrupted power of rendered inert. Aberrant mutant destroyed. The spawn must be eliminated.
I just realized how low on health I am. Holy cow.
Refilling magazines. I have stims. Obtaining armaments. Injecting stim.
The foe is still out there. Use this time to resupply. We will be prepared for the enemy's next attack.
Okay. Nerd. 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 Nerd.
Iron Halo online.
We go. We are good.
Enemy forces incoming.
Foes marked for elimination.
Rooftop forces are taking damage. You need to reactivate the fortress's void shield grid. The shield will be in place.
James.
My ministrations are rudely interrupted. I live on in the work. The fortress needs the void shield active again.
I was trying.
This is only a pause. Reload before the battle resumes. Our time will not be squandered, Captain. Ammunition restocked. Activating auxiliary turrets. Tactical reinforcement on its way.
Do this.
The enemy appears, brothers. Stand ready. We shall fight until our duty ends. High-ranking Chaos Titans eliminated. Augurs detect a serious threat incoming. Focus and bring it down. Worthy of my attention at last. Remove the greater threats first, then eradicate the rest.
Good day, gents.
The enemy demonstrates poor timing. Point of failure.
I don't like enemies becoming stronger.
We need to destroy the major enemy threat. The machine spirits prove industrious. Iron Haven ready. Injury intervention en route. Eliminate the priority target from the battlefield. Calibrate your aim.
Hate that. It is genuinely crazy and sad. Oh, I watched yesterday's.
Excellent. The major
See what
threat has
happened
been
this
wiped
time.
out. You have eliminated those attackers. More are on the way. Dreadnought reinforcement en route.
My brothers, my answer your call.
Foes are marching on the fortress. The Imperium stands strong. Sentry guns activated. Target the Zangor spear. Maintain the perimeter defense generator. It requires additional power cells. Then it shall have power cells. Infantry termination is complete. I have a power cell.
I just went the long way around. Good job. Probably don't need to do this, but I'm gonna.
The
Other mothers are taking our side, and you can see the rest of your good lord. You know, I actually think I might have seen a little something on that. I scrolled past something on Twitter, so that doesn't surprise me, but good God.
Cultist passive. Power levels have been restored.
Freaking people. It's crazy that we live in a world where doing something like that is seen as empowering and truly something to strive for. Yeah, you're insane.
Conflict resolved. Spawn exterminated. Stay sharp and prepare your gear before combat continues. Monitoring for enemy movement. Equipping additional sticks. Additional ammunition. Administering aid.
Alright.
Space Marines. For the Emperor! Deploy war gear. The enemy is here. No enemy shall make it past us, brothers.
How did you survive?
Son of Magnus. Turn.
Son of Magnus.
Scar Colt 7. Passive. Scanners detect enemy reinforcements. Prepare for a challenging fight. There is no threat we are not ready for. Bring down that heretical monstrosity!
Oh, damage. Damage in frames, damage in frames.
Defensive capacity insufficient. Controlling the battle means removing priority enemies. The machine
What?
is...
I don't know what's happening. I'm on my way, brother.
Just pacified. Heresy.
I will do my best. Get up, brother, we need you.
Keep your attention on the strongest threats. Hellspawn, Sub-Zero. Eliminate the spearhead. Iron Halo protocol in progress. Aim your weapons at the high priority enemy, brother. Priority threat eliminated. Stand firm
Ooh.
against the remaining. I am redirecting the dreadnought to fortify exterior positions. I was misleading in another fight.
20's always a hell of a fight.
For the Emperor! Enhanced tactic ready.
Oh. I left without you. I didn't realize you didn't vote. Robin, no! No! That was mental? Yeah, it friggin' was. I didn't switch back to my pyro cannon, so that probably didn't help, but I think I was getting used to where I should lob those and do the most damage. I'm right there at 25. Same. I'm gonna do a quick BRB myself. I need to use the restroom. BRB, everybody. BRB. I am back. Just plugging in my phone. 1 second. Oh, goodness gracious. Sakes alive. All right. All right. Hello. 245 blue Doritos. Would get me up there. Oh. So that would put me to 55. Ooh, that would definitely put me up there. Doing the weekly. You are granted 5 relics at the start. Allies cannot be revived from incapacitation, and you are defeated if any player dies. When you maintain close proximity to squad members, armor and constant tested health restoration are disabled. Also, you want to be far away. Suspicious behavior, friendly fire damage from firearms and explosives are enabled. Ooh. Maybe I should go be my sniper for this one. Easier to not friendly fire on that one. That'd be good for splitting up. Yes. Oops. Disruption. Should have grabbed some water. That's what I should have done. Cold? It depends. We'll see if there's a spot open. I don't know if there is. See what happens. We'll see what happens. I'm sorry, brother. I thought you would be longer. I'm sorry. So you have a white scar. And it looks like a shark. I don't know the shark one. The shark one is new. Just, yeah, run right in front of a sniper. That's always a good decision.
Readying this volley.
Yeah.
Target that monstrosity.
Missed. Good job.
I resemble a foe. No.
You frickin'.
That foe before it calls for reinforcements.
No.
Fester and rot. See not abomination.
Big boy stomp.
Unleash your wrath, Cadians! Replace your My war gear is set. Stim injectors here.
Grab those.
Blockage is no more.
I'll let these guys go forward. Use this. And then I can use my cloak to get it all back.
Eliminate that Sandor spearman. Perhaps they
Wouldn't like
seek
to
to
test
choke
the
our
health.
rivers with their dead.
I should still be regenerating. Did I get too close?
Cadians shall mount their staff.
Alright, well, good to know. Move. Can't. You can't kill that one.
Trouble maintaining focus.
I haven't played my sniper in a good minute.
Extract him from death's clutches.
So literally can't do anything about that one.
God Emperor's grace restores me.
Avenging angel expose you. Rest. Warrior.
Alright, well, that went well. Apparently that one's a little difficult for some people. You did your best, Were Shark. You did your best. Probably. Alright. I guess I can put my code up after this one, because I don't think that's what we're staying together. I'm just gonna leave that squad. It's okay. Oh. That was weird. Code! There is the current code. If you wish to join, you may. While everyone's joining, I'm gonna go refill my water. Quick, BRB!
Cyclonic warheads armed and on standby.
Returned. I have returned. Power went out. Hi, CP Lion. How's it going? Take it, Robin has backed out. Doesn't want to do much more. Alright, I will try to do this one more time by myself. We'll see what happens. Well, hi, CV Lion. Hope you're doing alright. Hope the power outage didn't cause anything crazy. Hope the durability on your food didn't go down too fast, you know. I know that happens with power outages. Gotta watch that food durability. Ba 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 doo doo ba da. Doo ba doo bop.
Good. Very good. Whoever welded these connections is worthy of high praise.
Roman dragoon. Yes. We'll give this one more good try. And if it just doesn't work out, then maybe it's a sign it's Monster Hunter time. We'll see. We'll see. Delicious. And nutritious. Tastes just like chicken. It doesn't taste like chicken. My drink tasted like chicken, I'd be worried. Why am I loading resources? Is he back? I've been back. I haven't said hi like 1,000 times. Nobody seems to be responding to me. All my audio says it's working, so I can't do anything about it, so I'm just gonna assume. I don't know. Yeah, that works. That always works. Pain always works. Hi. Till I was here. I've been here for a minute. Apparently I'm not allowed to play this game anymore, though. Keep getting kicked or server connections. Ow. You know what? I think I'm going to take that as a sign. Like the gods of video gaming are telling me to play Monster Hunter Worlds today instead. This stupid storm. I wish I had the excuse of a storm. Just nothing wants to work today. Ah. You know what? I have an idea. I have an idea. I'm going to go back to chilling for a second. Apparently there's a new Rev video. We can watch that while we're letting games figure out their stupid connections and stuff. It hasn't been 24 hours yet. I know. I am very aware. Then maybe we don't watch that. I don't freaking know. Hmm. Hmm. We could watch the Nuxanor video on it. I mean, it's, oh my god, it's 2 hours long. Never mind. Say Nuxanor did something on it, but apparently he's got a yap for 2 hours. Hmm. You know what? Let's just load up some Monster Hunter Wilds. See what happens. I did create a new character, but I think I'm going to save that for when we all play new characters and stuff, you know? Let's see here. Where are my buttons going? Where could they be? Be-doo. Boo-doo. Wilds. Done. Maybe. Yay! This game uses an autosave feature. Hi, Alma. Hi, Cat. Oh, it's gonna show my new character. Guys, don't look. It's a secret. It's funny. It shows me with the longsword. It's not letting me skip it. I'm trying. Here are my buttons. I can't push any buttons for some reason. That's annoying. It's a longsword. It is a longsword. I'm not saying it is a longsword. I'm saying it is a longsword. The sword itself is long. Calm yourself. Why is this not working? Why? Hello? Are all my games just broken today? Am I not allowed to have fun today? Is that the rules? Today's Thursday is no longer allowed to have fun day? I mean, I can play with mouse and keyboard, but I'm gonna tell you right now, that ain't happening on this game. Nope. Hold on. I'm aware of the ads. Maybe? Okay, it says it's connected. I just don't know if it's actually connected. Oh, sure, now it's working. I don't know what's happening today. I give up. Wow. Haven't been back here in a while. I'm all fuzzy. Hi, Gemma. How you doing, girly pop? Okay, I do not remember how to play. Oh, that's stop. That's run. Okay. Ooh, maybe I should start a new game. Keep going. What is that? Bonos? That's something I've hunted before? Oh, my game? The game? I don't think I've seen... That's new to me. How do I... Oh, I want it. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh, I don't remember what my buttons do. Oh, I have like codings I have to do. I forgot. Oh my god. This probably looks so stupid. Ow. I really don't remember how to do that. What are my items? Sarian goats? I have no idea. I didn't think... these things were not something that existed when I last played. Oh look, there's another one. There's the combo I was looking for. Can you piss off, please? I don't even remember which one I was going for. Oh, I'm glad I'm authorized to hunt it now. Ow. I forgot to eat food. Blech. I died. Maybe I shouldn't fight something absolutely brand new the moment I come back. Maybe I should eat some food. Maybe I should look at my items.
New supply items are in. They're in your sacred's pouch.
Isn't there a rearrange, show, hide, restock? Yes. Okay. Okay.
Shea-bar.
And, oh wait, I have to cook inside. Grill a meal. West, wait. Let's do recommended. Health, stamina, attack, element, whatever. Just give me a meal. Where? Nom 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 nom. Delicious. Isn't there? Ooh. That's the one I'm going for. That's the one I'm right next to. Good job. Hit the thing! Hit the thing! I missed! Nice job! A plus! I'm forgetting all my animations. I actually don't even remember what my drill is. Woo! And slurp. Oh, thank you. He's angry. I'm not good at this. Y'all don't judge me for this. I'm gonna die again. Secret, get me out of here. Potion, optimal. Good. Damn! Alright, well, this is going well. Like, maybe I should go back to the baby the babies until I'm back in action, you know? I don't remember how to... Are you not auto? Wait. Auto move, there you go. I'm stubborn. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna keep going after this thing. this is why I usually start over when I play games like this. I just get so far out of where I was. Things that I used to use are probably nerfed to hell or strengthened. I don't know. Let's see what's out there. Let's go hunt this thing. It's a little easier. If I remember my combos and stuff. Hey, buddy. Couldn't move. Am I not? That's weird. How was I not able to move my... Oh, I have... Okay. That's annoying. Maybe I should start a new game. Fire blight. I keep starting that every time it's charging. I am not good on... Ooh. If I remember correctly, this is my only like, cutting move. I'm kind of locked into that, I think. There goes his tail. That's what I was able to do. Head broken.
Remember the card that severed that.
Get away with it. And a tail.
This specimen is... I see. Oh, which would be...
Ta-da. Look, guys, I can hunt a low-level
Since
monster.
we're here, let's poke around a bit more.
Dragon bone relic. Yay! Alright, let's see. What else is out here? Not a whole lot. I'm gonna do that. Try that thing again, I guess, but probably get my butt kicked. Slurp.
I'll put any materials I find into your field pouch.
Forgot about that. I forgot how much I hate fighting on it.
Engaging with a target.
See that tail? Oh, that's a hurt. Yeah, I knew it. Ow. Gone, heathen! I don't remember what the blue room was.
Quick, you can use that as slinger ammo.
Oh yeah, the blue ones give me the same. Okay, yeah. I don't remember what your Hong Kong does. Ah. That does the piercing. He's running.
It looks like the monster dropped something.
Heavy piercing. Let's go. Ow. Rude. I am hunting. Okay. And ball. Radal. Let's just get out. This is a party. You know what? Let's just get the whole family here. Everyone's here. Hi, Radal. I would like to go hunt the thing I was originally hunting, please. Bye. Coward. Grab this. Ow. I don't know why the mustache doesn't work while I'm bald. I don't know why you guys keep trying. It never works. I really gotta just make a thing where if we do the ball redeem, you guys can't redeem anything else because it never works and I can't fix it. That doesn't make it work. Alright, do I have... One, two... Capture! Yay! Okay, let's... Ray Dow went home. This dude's down here. He's only got 5 minutes left on him. Well, let's go see if we can actually take him out. I doubt it, but, you know. That's what we're here for. Hunting. Or turn around. Oh, it's because he's flying away. It's like, why would we go the opposite direction? Why? Rudy's in the way. Weird. Woo! Ow. Thank you, Squibble. You're a hero and a gentleman. Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, apparently that's a thing that can happen. I know now. I have learned.
Are you alright? Take a second to restock your supplies before heading out.
1 second. I'm gonna
We've
fix a
received
bunch
additional
of
supply
stuff.
items. Take a look.
Yeah. It's gotta be pretty, right? Are you leaving, coward? There's not. That's not what I wanted to drink, but here we go. Where's my stamina? Give me a well-done steak. animation, it's hard to do. Gotta get back into the swing of things. I got this though. I feel it in my bones. Probably not, but you know, we do. Probably switch bows. I don't know. This one seems to be doing okay right now. Talking about. Oh, that's not good. Yep, there's that again. Can't do nothing against that. Ouch. Oh well. But we try and we try again. Elma, what do you want me to do? Invader from the stars. Ghosts pay no heed to tomorrow. Ooh, we have an elder dragon. Another Final Fantasy crossover, hell yeah.
I'm happy to help anytime.
Let's see. Doubts. I had a lot of stuff I was trying out, a lot of tests and everything. Oh, game's frozen. That's happening a lot. Yeah. Why do you keep freezing? What is happening? It just keeps freezing for no reason. getting frustrated. Everything is just not working today for some reason. Monster Hunter, I might have to reinstall it or something because it keeps just freezing. I'm gonna go back to my chilling channel here. Goodness gracious. Let's see here. What we have for today that could finish out, because things are breaking. Today's just been scuff and broken things. Nothing wants to work. Mortal Shell 2? What is that? I think we're gonna raid out a little early today. Just because everything's all scuffed and broken and got a little frustrated, you know, and I don't think y'all want that. Probably not, you know. Let's see. Let's see. Let's... What if I drop y'all off at Powder? Looks like she's watching some videos and stuff. Goodness gracious. Alright, y'all. I hope you have a good one. Sorry we're ending a little early today. Stuff's just breaking and I'm getting a little frustrated and I don't want to have you guys deal with that and me on stream, you know. But I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you. Sorry the stuff was breaking. I do my best, I do, but yeah, that's what I'm explaining. Sorry, you know, everything is breaking. Getting a little frustrated, and I figure you guys don't want to deal with that. And I'll redeem that. I'll refund that. When I close down and it's doing the balding thing, it breaks. Another thing that breaks, you know. So, anywho, I will talk with y'all later. Thank you for being here. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. Have fun over at Powder. Say hi. Laters, y'all. Bye.